Testing, 1, 2, testing.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's good to be back here in person. And again, Tina, thank you very much for presiding over the meeting last month. From a phone call a few states away, I thought it would have been a little more troublesome for me to try to do that task, and I appreciate you stepping in. So thank you all for being here this morning. I guess we'll get started with a roll call. Chris?
Regent Britt,
Present.
Regent Gargis,
Here.
Regent Clocky, Regent Limbaugh, Regent Malik, Regent Smith, Student Representative Cohn. Mr. Board President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So as we review the agenda here quickly, the first item, Chair entertains a motion to approve the minutes for the session meeting of February 26th and the open session meeting of April 16th. Is there a motion? And a second. Motion and a second. Vivek, thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, comments from the minutes of either of the previous two open sessions? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Next, is the consideration of approval of tuition and general fee schedule effective fall 2022. Chair entertains a motion to approve. Is there a motion? Because it's Philip, you'll remind me, we have to have a motion before we can have discussion, correct?
So, well, for actual discussion, we do. There has to be a motion on the floor.
Yeah. So
There can be a presentation, but then for us to have discussion, there has to be a motion on the floor.
okay, I'll get confused a little bit. I appreciate you. Thank you much. So either way, we have a motion and a second, and we'll turn it over to Brad. Thank you.
All right, good morning. So I bring you a proposal for our academic 21-22 tuition and general fees. First, want to give a little context in the form of information on Missouri's Higher Ed Student Funding Act. That effectively caps tuition increases for public institutions at CPI. CPI from December 19 to December 20 was 1.4%, which would equate to a $3.60 per hour per credit hour tuition increase for the university. However, the act also makes provision for additional increase if necessary and appropriate based on universities losing state appropriations, as Southeast did from FY19 to FY20. Based on that provision, Southeast can raise tuition an additional $13.05 per credit hour for a total allowable of $16.65. The board has historically approved the full amount that is allowable under HESFA, and although the university does not always charge the full amount. Right now we have $11.08 per credit hour in the bank, if you will, that we refer to as approved but not assessed tuition charges. So for the upcoming year, the recommendation before you for undergraduate in-state students, and those are the focus of the HESFA, is an assessed tuition of $22.75 per credit hour above where it stands today. That is made up of two distinct parts. The first part is $16.50 of the allowable increase under HESFA. The second part is a $6.25 per hour increase out of our assessed but not our approved but not assessed tuition, again, bank, in recognition and as a revenue replacement mechanism for the removal of 4 fees, which we are also recommending as part of this item. These fees, we have a web fee, a webinar fee, an on-campus fee, and an ITV or interactive television fee. what we've seen with these fees that obviously are assessed on our more flexible delivery modalities. What we've seen with these from academic 19, we had 63% of our students paying an average of $155 a year in these fees. In academic 20, that went to 68% and 165 on average. In this academic year, we have 75% of our students paying these fees, and on average, they're paying $195 a year. The 625 applied to a 30-hour undergraduate credit load, a full-time student, comes to $187.50 for the year. So while it sounds like a lot, we believe financially it will help a lot of our students today, and frankly, will help even more going forward. We're seeing this trajectory of more and more students paying these fees and more students paying more and more in these fees, and we see no reason for that to anticipate that to slow down. Through the pandemic, we have created and accelerated the flexible delivery of courses, and students are getting more and more accustomed to, and frankly, in many cases, beginning to prefer these flexible delivery modalities. So, and we don't want these fees and the fact that they are just growing year over year over year to be a barrier to student choice. We also believe that by rolling these into tuition, this will help students who have tuition-only scholarships or tuition-only reimbursement plans through employers, for example. It also, these stay fully eligible for financial aid, inclusion in payment plans. So we feel like this is really something that, again, will help a lot of students today and help more and more as time goes on. Again, the 625 is not a revenue enhancement. It is strictly a revenue replacement amount for the institution. And so if we look to attachment 1, I'll draw your eye specifically to the column of numbers on the far left, which is again the resident undergraduate. You can see how this recommendation walks down for that population of students. And then for the undergraduate non-resident, the graduate resident and non-resident, you'll see that the 625 goes across consistently. The tuition increases on those student types rise in proportion to what happens with undergraduate resident students. And then you'll see that our fully online program, these are for entire programs that are fully online. You'll see increases there in tuition, not quite as large. This is a different market. So it's a different pricing strategy for a different market. And then on the far right, you'll see our pricing for lower division courses out at the regional campuses. And that we set to be consistent with community college rates in our region. Just quickly to attachment 2. One of the things we look at every year, because we don't take tuition increases and fee increases lightly in any way. I think Southeast is known as an accessible institution based largely on its affordability, and that's not something we want to lose. So we do look at how we compare with sister institutions across the state. You'll see we have a number of institutions for which we have been able to identify what they're planning to do with their fees for the upcoming year. And many of those are actually in excess of what Southeast is recommending. Importantly, from a sticker price perspective, we expect to stay right about where we are relative to our competitors in the market from a sticker price perspective. We tend to sit right about in the middle. I will tell you that we will, based on what we know and think we know, we will go from slightly above to slightly below Missouri State sticker price. And we will move from slightly below to slightly above, like literally $13 a year slight, Truman State. So we really think, again, if you sort of rank order on sticker price, we're going to stay about where we are and where we have been historically. So with that, I'm going to stop and respond to any questions that I might be able to answer for you.
Mr. Chair, I worked out the percentages and I understand what you're saying, but the percentage increase for us is greater than the percentage increase for Missouri State. Would that be correct?
Mhm.
And if I'm calculating this right, we're a little over 8%, 8.5%. What would our percentage be increase?
Yes, so our general fees are not rising. So if you take the full 2275 and you use the 267.75,
Mhm.
which is our current tuition, current general fee, it is 8.5%. Again, just keeping in mind though that really $6.25 of that for most of our students is not a true increase in dollars out their pocket. It's a switch in whether they're paying us tuition or fees.
And this would net us X amount of dollars a year with the adjustments that you're talking about.
Correct.
And is it, the approximate number?
I do. So the fees, by eliminating the fees, the university loses about 1.1 million in revenue. So the 625 is designed to just replace that 1.1 million. The other aspect of the increase, we expect after scholarships as a net tuition number to generate about 2.8 million.
Just to the rest of the regents, my comparison here my thought process is to look at the percent of increase and what it means to the larger service area in our community. Not necessarily for this one, but I think we have to be extremely diligent and vigilant that we realize that we're not Southwest Missouri, okay? One of the fastest growing areas in the state of Missouri outside of St. Charles and Jefferson and Franklin County. Their household income average is considerably higher than in our service area, greatly because of Greene County, a little over 200 plus thousand now, 250 something. So I think we just need to realize that, from a kid that was the first to go to college, and I can assure you it was a whole lot less in 1969, that we have to be extremely vigilant about what we do and how we conduct ourselves financially, because it sends a signal to everyone in our service area that we are comparing, we need to compare to where we are and who we serve, and what the affordability is of doing that and still send out quality. So I would urge the administration to continue to look for ways to save dollars and to realize that we aren't some of the areas that you quoted, and we are an area where the bell curve of our graduation is not going to go really high. And so I just make that comment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Lloyd.
I will just say, point very well taken, Regent Smith, and the cost containment, cost savings initiatives are ongoing across the institution. So we certainly are not losing sight of that side of the equation, if you will.
And I don't know about the other universities, but I do talk to some folks up here. Do we still have rental textbooks as an option in some classes, right?
We do.
And I know some of the institutions are much more expensive in that regard, and that sometimes doesn't show up.
Mhm.
And I was talking to someone that was recruiting the other day, and I said, between the ability to do that and some of the other options that you have, you ought to put all of that into the equation before you decide to go to Springfield or somewhere else. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate your diligence. The only last thing I would ask is that with the dollars that are theoretically coming down the pike from the Fed, do we have an estimate on what that next level of dollars to the university and what strings may be attached to that may impact our bottom line in the fiscal year upcoming?
We do. What's known as HERF 3 or Higher Ed Emergency Relief Funding, sort of tranche 3 under the American Rescue Plan. Southeast is tagged to get up to $10 million for institutional costs, which is phenomenal and very exciting. There are a lot of strings attached to that. There are certain types of costs, if they were already budgeted, that may not be eligible. Generally, capital is ineligible. We can do some revenue replacement, but certain types of revenues are ineligible, and it's not entirely clear in all cases what is an acceptable methodology for calculating lost revenue. So while it is a lot of money, and obviously we're grateful and excited, it has been and it continues to be a challenge to take advantage of all that's available to us. For example, in the second release of funds for institutional purposes, we believe we received about $8 million. So far, we're still trying to figure out creative and legitimate ways to take advantage of those dollars.
I have a question.
Thank you.
That when we visited in our pre-meeting discussion, part of this process is to be more efficient, to eliminate the fees, but yet at the same time try to recover the lost revenue within the statutory guidelines.
Correct.
That's really what this is trying to. It's just so if I'm a student and I'm coming on board, and oftentimes says, okay, this is what it's going to cost, but now we've got this fee and this fee and this fee over here. Well, that's sort of a bait and switch deal in my mind. And so I think this cleans up the process. So you can say, this is what it's going to cost, and there aren't any other fees unless it's specific to a specific curriculum, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, to me, I think it's a nice cleanup, and it's full disclosure to students. And so this is what it's going to cost, and nothing more, nothing less. But trying to find a price point where it's quality is assumed, and yet you're not going to be the low cost provider, is an imperfect science. I mean, there isn't an industry around that doesn't struggle with this. How are you going to make some money and keep the doors open and yet maintain quality and affordability and be competitive in the marketplace,
Mm-hmm.
with your peers? So I think, and Lloyd's exactly right, the demographics of our region are important in terms of affordability. And because they're different in different parts of the state, to your point, and it's well taken. But I think it's not just a trend. It's not just a beginning and an end. I think this has to be ferreted out all the time because especially in light of declining enrollments and how are you going to combat that? And is price going to be a determining factor and all that? Well, of course it is. But the quality, if you can convince folks the quality is there, there's a value that people are willing to pay, you know, but it's hard to do, and it requires constant recognition of what's going on in the marketplace, and especially with your competitors in the
Mhm.
marketplace.
Yes, all very true, because, we will get compared by the public, by students and their parents to how we charge compared to other institutions. You're completely right about the demographics. We'll get compared irrespective of that. The other thing that you mentioned too that's critically important is, tuition and general fees are one part of total cost of attendance. And these comparisons, while we try to keep an eye on them so that we don't get really out of whack, just almost from an optics perspective, honestly, as much as anything, these are sticker prices, right? And this is not an industry where very many people pay the full sticker price. So what's really important from that student family perspective is we really are, there's a lot that goes into, okay, what's the net price? What does the student's family actually pay of the sticker price? But no, you're exactly right. In terms of cleaning up fees, as these types of courses have grown greater in number, the sort of disconnect on why is this one getting charged and why is that one not? We do feel like, particularly in the last year, we've seen an increasing degree of confusion and even frustration in trying to understand these fees and how they're applied and when they're applied.
Well, historically, I remember this, Lloyd, you may remember this. This CPI ceiling was Jason Crowell's idea. And who was in the state Senate here, it was his idea because Mizzou was just going out the roof in terms of their pricing. And so put the CPI limit on the deal. And then they started going around the deal with fees and all that kind of stuff, which is disingenuous, I think. And so anyway, that's why this was put on in the first place. And this was like 2009 or 2010, something like that. Because frankly, the cost and process, especially as it related to Mizzou, got out of hand. I mean, they just started anything to throw it against the wall, people would pay. So anyway.
Hey, Brad, do we know what our net tuition number is?
As we can, if we look at, are you talking about as a percentage or absolute dollars? So if we look ahead to the budget to actual report, we get a pretty good sense by looking under the estimated income. So for the year FY21, we were budgeting $66.4 million in gross tuition. And that's, really tuition and general fees, which is what we're talking about here. And we were budgeting about $22.1 million of institutional scholarships against that number. In fact, we're doing a little bit better right now for the year on gross tuition at 65.3, but we're also ahead of budget on scholarships and tuition waivers at 25.4. So that's for this year, that's where we sit in terms of net on tuition in general. No, this would be, at this point in the year, we'd be pretty solid. I think if I remember right, and it looks like you're doing the math, we're probably somewhere around a 30 to 35% discount rate. Does that look right? 38.9. Okay.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, since I bumbled through getting a motion before the presentation, we'll call the vote. The motion is to approve the proposed tuition and fee schedule, including the tuition for the regional campuses and online programs effective for fall 2021. All those
Mr. Board President, can we renew the motion and the second? Just
Sure,
so I
sure.
can document that.
Limbaugh or Regent Limbaugh moved.
Okay.
And then, or was it Philip we were asking about, provided that second when he gave me the clarification.
Thank you. I show motion by Regent Limbaugh, second by Regent Britt.
Okay. So no further questions or discussions. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries. So not to get ahead of myself, next is the consideration of approval of special course fees effective fall 2022 and a presentation from Brad Sheriff. So Brad, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is another one with quite a bit of detail and a lot of numbers. I will try to make it as brief and as painless as possible. Regent Limbaugh alluded to the fact that some courses have costs that are very unique to the course. And these can be for things like consumable supplies. These can be for things like student insurance, if it's a practicum course or a clinical experience course. And so course fees are attached then to those. The idea is just for each student to pay the unique additional costs for him or herself. So it's really designed to be cost recovery. If we flip to, excuse me, attachment 1, just kind of to walk you down through the schedule here a little bit. The first 5 items that you see there under art and design, these are existing course fees that are being proposed for increase because the materials that these course fees pay for are getting more expensive, and frankly, our usage in these courses is going up. The next set, theater and dance, private voice musical theater courses. If you look to the bottom of the page, you'll see highlighted in blue some program fees for these same courses that are slotted for elimination. The idea here is we also have private lessons for instruments. And frankly, the structure and the cost of those courses and vocal courses are very, very similar. So vocal courses are handled not with a program fee, but with a course fee. So this really is a move to get to consistency on how those are handled across all these types of courses that have a very cost intensive one-on-one component to them in the instruction. Next, we see management and elementary and special ed fees related to certifications, disciplinary specific certifications that will be required for graduation for these students. Next, you'll see 2 fees being eliminated in kinesiology, nutrition, and rec. And right below those 2 in the blue, you'll see that there are 2 new courses with fees proposed on those. This is a programmatic change where fees are really moving away from the first 2 courses and on to the second 2. Fortunately, as they move, they are getting smaller. So each of those is shedding $350 of the fee to students. So the savings there in the net to students in a given year who take these 2 courses is $700. Leadership, middle and secondary ed Again, these are fees related to certifications that are now required. You'll see in blue that nursing, a fee is falling off on the primary care practicum. And right below that, we see two courses, and these are this $16 a course. This is an example of the cost of professional liability insurance for the students as they go out into clinical venues to get their professional experience as part of their degree program. Both of these are related to new certificate programs that the university has developed. Can I answer any questions on those items? If not, let's jump ahead to attachment 2. And these are electronic course material fees. And this is a program that the university has through our bookstore provider, Follett, called Include Ed. And what happens with this is students don't have to go to the bookstore. They are charged through student accounts for an electronic course material fee. And this ensures for both the students and the faculty member that on day one, the students have access to all of the necessary course materials to be successful in a given course. The other thing, before we get into the details, I also just want to point out, because this is a partnership and these flow through the university, it makes these costs eligible for our students. It makes these costs eligible for financial aid and eligible to be included in payment plans. And they are also, the costs of these material fees are always equal to or less than the cost of purchasing the same access code through the bookstore. So again, Regent Smith, to your point about another element of the cost of attendance, this is a way of trying to make sure that students don't spend any more and potentially less and have some advantage in terms of how those charges are treated. So with that, I'll just walk down through the table. The first 3 lines are simply course fees where the cost is from the publisher is increasing and being passed to the student. The next, I believe it's 7 rows are courses that this year for the first time will begin using the electronic course materials, have not in the past. And then the last 4 highlighted in blue are proposed for elimination, not because those courses are being eliminated, but because the decision has been made in those particular courses not to use the electronic course materials again this year. Can I answer any questions on these items?
I see we're talking about giving one price for everything and eliminating most of these fees, but what ideally I would like to see is everything rolled into one, like eventually maybe in following years, your journal fees, your tuition fees, your textbook, everything. This is one price that you pay for everything. Not, okay, this is your general fee, and then this is your tuition fee, and this is your course fee, and this is your insurance fee. And so we're talking about it, but in practice, we are not, I don't know how we are eliminating all those fees. So that's just my observation.
No, it's a great one and very fair. And it kind of goes to what Regent Limbaugh was saying earlier as well. That additional level of simplification, I don't think you get any argument from us that we'd like to move in that direction. One of the challenges, depending on how all of those things get defined, is the, I'll say limitation, but the limitations of that Higher Ed Student Funding Act If we were to try to say, let's just take all of our fees and all of our tuition and just roll it up into a sticker price, we would have to go and get a special waiver through the Missouri Department of Higher Ed Workforce Development, because we would be so far above what we are allowed by law to call tuition. And I think if we had one price for everything, I should clarify, I guess my assumption is that we would in all likelihood call that tuition, because again, that is would be most helpful for our students when they have scholarships that cover tuition but not fees, and when they have, again, as an example, employer reimbursement plans that cover tuition but not fees. But I cannot disagree with your sentiment.
Some of the online courses that I've seen offered by different programs, like one is a Straighter Line, which offers courses which are accepted at various universities, and they mostly offer prerequisites. And we have seen they offer programs where it's just a course fee, and the course fee is $109, and that would include a textbook, also proctoring, as well as the monitor tuition, tutored sessions also. So I think eventually things will be moving in that direction, rather than people want to know what exactly is coming out of my pocket instead of every trickling out of my pocket slowly. So thank you.
No, you're right. There were some, there have been conversations, and Chris could speak to it certainly more eloquently than I, but there were conversations in the legislative session about changes or suspension or elimination of the Higher Ed Student Funding Act, any of which would certainly create more flexibility for institutions to move in some of those directions.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Chair entertains a motion to approve the program and course fees effective with the fall 2021 semester. Motion from Regent Limbaugh. Is there a second? Second from Regent Clocky. Thank you, Tina. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Brad. Next is the consideration of approval of increase to graduation or fee effective for students applying for graduation in May 2022. We'll see Debbie Below for that. Welcome, Debbie.
Thank you, President Gargas. So on the heels of a discussion about fees, I guess I'm here to ask for an increase in a fee. So this is a motion to approve the increase in a graduation application fee from $35 to $50. And this would take effect for applicants who are applying for graduation in May of 2022. So today we'll celebrate the graduation of our students for spring and summer of 21. But we are already accepting applications for those who will graduate in the fall of 21. And that's why this doesn't take effect for another 2 cycles. With that, this is a request to consider a fee increase that will generate an additional about $32,000, $32,500 in revenue that we will use to offset the cost of the increased expenses we're seeing with respect to providing commencement exercises, but also some enhancements to the process itself. So we hope to, we plan to provide our students this year with an enhanced diploma. And I share this just so that you're aware that the diploma that the students are receiving now is one that we create on a copy machine. And so over the years, you'll see here, oh, absolutely, yes. Over the years, we have tried to contain the cost of graduation as it is increased. But the fee just simply didn't allow us to do that. And so this fee here, as you can tell, I'm not sure when the $35 fee went into effect, We tracked it back. The first time it appeared in our bulletin was 95, 96, and it has stayed at 35 that entire time. Now, a few years ago, we did make the move to separate the cost of regalia. So in effect, students did realize an increase in 2018. We provided you with a graduation expenses at other institutions. It's on page 2 of this motion. And you'll note here that those range from no fee up to $150. And currently, our fee is the lowest of those who charge a fee. However, we do, as I said, separate the cost of regalia out. We're excited about the new diploma that our students will receive, and those are students who are graduating today and tomorrow will receive this diploma. So very exciting. It's a much higher quality document. The diploma cover itself is one that we'll begin using with our December commencement. So today we'll still be issuing scrolls, but following that, the students would receive a diploma cover beginning in December. And since it's coming around, that's actually not my diploma, but that's my diploma cover from 1994, I think. So years ago, we did provide a diploma cover. I'm sure we dropped it out of expense. And we hope that the new one will actually have our name across the cover of the diploma. And that's really, if you think about social media, everybody's holding up their diploma. You want that university name to be there. And we have assessed that, and we think we might be one of the very few institutions that does not provide a diploma cover to our students now. Be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions or no comments, chair entertains a motion to approve an increase in the graduation application fee from $35 to $50 effective for applicants applying for graduation in May 2022. Motion from Regent Smith. Is there a second? And a second from Regent Britt. Thank you, gentlemen. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear a presentation from Mike Goddard for the consideration of approval of conferring of degrees of spring of 2021 and summer 2021.
Good morning, everyone. The motion before you this morning is, as President Gargis just mentioned, the conferring of degrees for our spring 2021 and summer 2021 graduates. Again, just a reminder that consistent with the approval of conferring of degrees for spring and summer graduates, the university does not hold a commencement during the summer, and that's why the summer 2021 is before you. And again, that is consistent with what we've done in the past. As you will see, we do have the breakdown of both the spring and summer candidates for total degrees, and then the different levels of the degrees with some of the distinctions as well outlined there. On the second page, it just gives you a comparison of the graduates that we had for spring and summer 2020, respectively, with those in which we're graduating this spring and summer of 2021. I would be happy to answer any questions on this motion.
Seeing no questions or comments, chair entertains a motion to approve the conferring of degrees upon the candidates for spring 2021 and summer 2021 graduation pending final verification of their completion of degree requirements. Is motion from Regent Limbaugh, second from Regent Malik. Thank you, gentlemen. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Next is item 6.0, consideration of approval of academic program changes. Again, Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, President Gargis. And these are going to be considered as one group for all these program changes, but I will walk you through each one of them individually. The first one is to authorize and approve a new Master of Science in Athletic Training program. We currently have a bachelor's degree program in athletic training. but due to accreditation standards changing through the Commission on Accreditation of Athletic Training Education, which is mandating that all athletic training programs transition to an entry-level master's degree starting in 2022. We are therefore transitioning our athletic training program from a bachelor's degree to a master's degree program as such. We are excited about the opportunity to transition into this realm. As you all are probably quite aware, we have a very strong relationship with Southeast Health, who provides a lot of the services for our student athletes, but also for our performers on the River campus right now. Dr. Tony McFerrin has been the athletic training program medical director since 2019. He is well aware of the changes that are going to be taking place and is supportive of making sure that there are the appropriate clinical rotations for these master's degree athletic training students as we transition into this new program. In fact, through conversations with him, Southeast Health actually has developed contracts with a majority of the school districts in the Southeast Missouri region, providing athletic training care to those high school student athletes. And our students would benefit from that, along with the other clinical opportunities that they would have within the orthopedics practice at Southeast Health as well.
Mike, one quick
Yes.
comment on that some of you all may not realize. Southeast Health just announced yesterday that they are building on the West Campus, which is across from, on Mount Auburn Road, across from the Cancer Center, Southeast Health Cancer Center, and MO Medical Office Building, a $125 million project that will include in this orthopedic, sports medicine, an entire program for athletic training, orthopedic care, sports medicine, and this will dovetail into that program. And it's a very exciting deal, not only for these students, but for the region as well. And I mean, it's $125 million for crying out loud. That's a huge investment, and it's for orthopedic care. There will be a ambulatory surgery center, and then a total program for women's care. And so it'll be a really good deal, and it'll be state of the art. And these folks, these kids in that program will benefit from that. And it's a really cool deal that we're partnering with Southeast Health. That was just announced yesterday, I think. So anyway, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, thank you, Regent Limbaugh. That's, again, another just extreme benefit to our prospective students moving into this new program as well. This program will be a 49 credit hour master's degree program. However, we're designing this as a 3+2 program so that students as undergraduates can complete 12 credit hours of master's degree work that will apply directly towards this program at the undergraduate tuition rate. Those 12 credit hours would be, therefore giving them the opportunity to complete their undergraduate degree and graduate degree within that 5-year period of time with this 3+2 program. Certainly, we will also be recruiting very actively students who aren't undergraduate students at Southeast into this master's degree program, but that certainly gives our native undergraduate students that opportunity as well. So again, looking to format this in a way in which it is cost effective for our students to complete it in a timely manner. I would be happy to answer any questions on this motion.
You know, I had that one on the phone call where I think I asked, are we fairly successful coming out of this type of program of our students being accepted into physical therapy programs, that next level?
The athletic training program is not specifically designed to bridge into a doctor of physical therapy program. However, in another curriculum that I'll discuss with you, that one is.
Okay,
Yes.
you'll get to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's okay, President Gargis, I'll move on to the next curriculum item.
Please do.
Thank you. The next one is to authorize and approve the deletion of 2 options. And this gets to your point, Regent Smith. This one will. These two options are general health science and pre-physical occupational therapy of the BS in health sciences. The BS in health sciences will remain with some transformation of the curriculum. All we're doing is not having the options underneath that BS in health sciences. And the rationale behind that is kind of what Regent Smith just mentioned, better aligning our curriculum to allow for our students to have that seamless transition into allied healthcare programs, such as the new master's degree that we're proposing today in athletic training, but certainly doctor of physical therapy programs, along with occupational therapy master's degree and doctoral programs as well. The prerequisites that we will have in these programs that will meet the requirements to get into these allied health programs are something that the faculty have worked very hard with, making sure that they're appropriately aligned, again, to make that transition as seamless as possible and to ensure that our students are highly competitive to get in to those graduate degree programs in the allied health related areas. Be happy to answer any questions on that one.
You know, if you haven't noticed, I'm pretty old. I'll be 70 in July. But having to deal with a mother-in-law who is experiencing a lot of difficulty right now, and then also working in my old job with nursing homes, et cetera, the future of occupational therapy and physical therapy is exploding as the baby boomers like me, we get older. And so I think it's really important that we get our students as prepared as possible to get into these programs and to be ready. And it'll really be at some point to see just how successful we are at once they come out of here, how they achieve getting into those programs they apply to.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. The next one for consideration is to authorize and approve the deletion of the BS in Fashion and Consumer Studies program. We've seen a continual decline in the enrollments over the past several years in this standalone BS in Fashion and Consumer Studies program. However, I want to be clear that we're not eliminating the discipline. The board actually had approved, not too much in the distant past, an option within our marketing BSBA program, and that option was fashion marketing. And so we do have our fashion marketing option within the BSBA in marketing itself. We also have a major in business administration where students can choose up to 9 hours of the fashion related courses among the set of business disciplines. For example, they could combine courses in fashion marketing, management, entrepreneurship, etc. We also have a minor in fashion retailing and a minor in fashion entrepreneurship. So there are plenty of opportunities within the fashion area, and we are very optimistic that the option in fashion marketing under that BSBA is going to become very popular for our students as they navigate through making career choices. So again, this came directly from the faculty, from that department, that these were changes that they thought were most appropriate to ensure that our students were going to be marketable and successful as they move into their career paths. Be happy to answer any questions on that one. The next one for consideration is to authorize and approve the renaming of a current option in the BSBA in marketing from integrated marketing communications to digital and integrated marketing communications. So the only word that's changing is adding the word digital in that option name as really a signaling strategy, knowing that a lot of our prospective students and certainly the employers of our students are looking for that digital component. Our faculty have really already been transitioning a lot of the curriculum and the coursework to encompass more of that digital side of marketing. And this is really making sure that we align some of those curricular changes that are taking place in specific courses with the option title name itself and incorporating that digital word in there. There were 40 students enrolled in the integrated marketing communications option this past spring. I should say currently spring. We still are on the last day of the semester right now. and 104 students in the BSBA and marketing in general. So it's popular. We do think adding the word digital is going to help us even more in terms of attracting students towards that option. Be happy to answer any questions on that title change. Okay. Moving on then, the next one is the authorize and approve the name change of the minor in fashion merchandising to fashion retailing. So again, kind of going through that, we're not getting rid of the fashion umbrella itself. We're just repositioning ourselves to a certain degree. So current terms in our occupational outcomes of the profession kind of led us to this point of wanting to rename this minor to fashion retailing. This is going to be a bit more general in nature and allow for our marketing students to be more in alignment with what where some of the jobs are in terms of the retailing aspect of things. We are also through this process revising that minor to align more with what industry demands are. And it's as a result of the reconstruction of this minor, it's going from 18 to 15 credit hours for the minor. And we think that'll also make it more attractive for students from other majors who may be interested in this minor. Again, focusing directly on marketing and retailing within the fashion industry. So this is just a name change for the minor. Any questions on that I can answer? Okay. The next one is really cleanup. You may recall that you approved some changes with eliminating some of our minors in December. One of the, a couple of those were in the theater area. So this motion is to authorize and approve the name change of the minor in theater, general, to just calling it minor in theater. And again, the rationale behind that is we used to have several different minors within theater. We've eliminated some of those already. And now all this is a name change for that to just call it a minor in theater instead of using the word general in there now as well. This is a 23 credit hour minor, and this is one in which it is not new, but it is a name change for that minor. Be happy to answer any questions on that.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mike. Chair entertains a motion to approve the approval of academic program changes as described from Dr. Goddard. Is there a motion? Got a motion from Regent Limbaugh and a second from Regent Malik. Thank you, gentlemen. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you again. At this time, I think it might be prudent we take about a 5-minute break before moving into the report items. So I've got the clock on the wall says about 9:32, so about 9:37, 9:40, we'll get restarted. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. As we transition now to the report items. First item, 7-0, is the University President's Report. Dr. Vargas.
Thank you very much, President Gargas. For the President's Report today, I will be asking Dr. Debbie Bielo, Vice President for Enrollment Management and Student Success, and Dr. Mike Goddard, Provost, to share with you an update on the Strategic Action Plan process. As you know, we began our work to develop a new Strategic Action Plan earlier this year, and Drs. Bielo and Goddard are chairing this effort. I will ask them to make some remarks momentarily. Before we get to their update, please note that we have provided you at your seat a copy of the full President's Report, which includes a summary of updates and accomplishments provided by division executives since the last board meeting. Additionally, I feel that it's appropriate to provide you with some brief comments on our work during the legislative session, which will end later today. Over the past 5 months, and even leading up to the start of session last November and December, we have been engaged with lawmakers on issues of importance to Southeast. With the assistance of Mr. Jewel Patek, our legislative consultant, and Mr. Chris Martin, Chief of Staff, we have met regularly with lawmakers and worked to be a resource for them throughout the legislative process. In November, Mr. Patek was instrumental in helping us host a visit to campus by Senator Cindy O'Laughlin, Chair of the Senate Education Committee, where we had the opportunity to provide her an overview of Southeast and discuss our priorities related to the budget and various public policy considerations. We were pleased that Senator Holly Rader also participated in this visit. In December, Chris and Jewel worked with Senator Rader and Representative Wallingford to lay the groundwork for legislation regarding Southeast's statewide mission request, and we completed work on our legislative brochure, which we previously shared with you. Over the last 5 months, we have made multiple visits to Jefferson City, and with the assistance of Mr. Patek, we met with legislators from Southeast Missouri and others from throughout the state, including meetings with staff in the governor's office. Some of the policy discussions we engaged in this session addressed legislation that would designate Southeast as an institution of higher education with a statewide mission in visual and performing arts, computer science, and cybersecurity. Prohibit the Southeast and other institutions of higher education from maintaining their 2-year on-campus residency requirement, which we feel is a necessary tool for promoting student success. Prohibit universities from collecting a health fee, which could adversely affect the university's ability to support its Center for Behavioral Health and Accessibility, formerly Counseling and Disability Services. And also make changes to expected learning outcomes and matrices for educational preparation programs, and clarify the responsibilities of institutions of higher education and the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. Additional conversations this session focused on the possible creation of a 13th community college in Cape Girardeau. As many of you know, there is an ongoing effort led by some members of the Cape Girardeau community to assess the need for a new community college in Cape Girardeau. During the legislative session, we responded to inquiries from lawmakers and the governor's office about this and conducted frequent check-ins with them to discuss potential alternatives or share information in response to the requests. This was another area where Mr. Patek was a tremendous asset to the university in Jefferson City. His on-the-ground presence in the Capitol made him a trusted resource for members of our local delegation and other legislators in both chambers that wanted to know Southeast's position and understanding of this topic. With regard to the budget, I would like to publicly extend appreciation on behalf of the entire university to members of the Missouri House and Senate for their support of higher education which built upon several positive recommendations made by Governor Parson earlier this year. Many items in the fiscal year 22 budget will have a positive impact on the university, all of which are the direct result of our coordinated advocacy with other four-year institutions and the work that Mr. Patrick and Chris did on behalf of the institution. For example, House Bill 3 includes a 3.7% core increase for all public four-year institutions of higher education. For Southeast, this equates to approximately 1.7 million. House Bill 3 also includes nearly 22 million for Missouri Excels, Mo Excels, a state program that provides funding for education and training programs and initiatives to increase educational attainment. Southeast is designated to receive $1.9 million from this program to aid various enhancements associated with our computer science and cybersecurity programs. Additionally, House Bill 3 includes about $12 million for a new program, Gear Excels. The program is similar to the Mo Excels program, but uses funds designated from the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. The Department of Higher Education and Workforce Development solicited proposals from institutions earlier this spring for projects to be funded under this initiative. Southeast, in collaboration with Southeast Health, submitted a $500,000 proposal that, if funded, will establish a new critical care simulation lab at the university. Such a facility at the university will enhance our existing education and training for nursing students and be a resource for the university to partner with hospitals and health professionals in continuing education and other professional development opportunities. The Department of Higher Education and Workforce Development is expected to announce funding decisions sometimes before or near July 1st. House Bill 19, which provides funding for capital infrastructure projects, includes $5 million for Southeast's utility tunnel system. We project that this funding will allow the university to complete all remaining high priority tunnels. Yesterday, Thursday, May 13, Governor Parsons signed House Bill 15, a supplemental budget for the current year, fiscal year 21. This supplemental budget includes $25,000 in debt service for the university. Again, let me reiterate our appreciation for the legislators' commitment to higher education in the fiscal year 22 budget. However, it is important to note that nothing is final until the governor takes formal action on the budget, which is anticipated sometime before July 1st. In the meantime, we will continue to monitor the budget and keep you updated on its progress. Now I would like to ask Debbie and Mike, who I think are ready, to provide us with an update on the strategic action plan process. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'm going to start us off, and then Debbie's going to chime in here as well. Just a brief update on the Strategic Action Planning Steering Committee. The committee first started in March, and specifically on March 1st was our first meeting that we had, our kickoff meeting with all of the committee members. And since that point in time, we've had 5 full committee meetings where all the steering committee has been involved, either in-person meetings or virtual meetings. A lot of work has happened. Part of that work was developing out themes. And then most recently, that work has transcended into developing out goals and then eventually actions underneath those goals as well. So there's been numerous subcommittee meetings. So as a result of the themes being created, subcommittees were then created off from those to allow for working groups to really dive in a bit deeper. And those groups were encouraged, if they felt appropriate, to invite others into those conversations across campus as well. As a result of a lot of the work that's taken place in a relatively short period of time, we created some drafts and eventually got to a point where we had a working document that we felt we could present to the campus community for some input over the next couple of months as we lead into the fall semester. And Debbie will talk more about that process. That letter that we sent out to the campus community was just recently this week. And again, looking to kind of transcend into getting that input and feedback as we move through that process. And with that, I'll let Debbie chime in here with some other details.
Thank you. Yes, so this process, as Mike said, has included 5 meetings. The second meeting that we held involved a landscape analysis. When you enter into a strategic planning process, it's helpful if you start with a situational analysis. Exactly what is it that we're facing as a higher education institution moving into the future? So that was beneficial. It helped us find common information, despite whatever our discipline is on campus, because we do have representation from all of our colleges and all of our divisions. At the same time, it helped us open up and begin to listen to the campus, and we believe we need more time to do that. And so we're going to be spending this summer and early fall getting more input from the campus and giving the campus an opportunity to think about the themes, reflect on those, the goals that are there, but quite frankly, also let us know what we might be missing. We were having a conversation at late night breakfast with one of our colleagues who brought up a very important issue related to the infrastructure of the campus. That makes sense that that's something we're going to want to consider for the campus plan moving forward. So we're excited about where we're headed. The committee has put substantial effort into developing actions associated with these goals. We didn't share those with the campus because we want to first hear from our constituents, our faculty, staff, and in the fall, our students, what actions they would recommend. We then need to take these statements and turn these into SMART goals. And that is something that Dr. David Addis with Educational Advisory Board has recommended, but also our board colleagues here who are part of this process and members of the committee. We want these goals to be measurable. We want them to be time-based. We want to know that there's a way to measure these moving forward because at the end, that's how the university will improve around this process.
And I will just say that this is a facilitated process. And so we do have Dr. David Addis, as Debbie just mentioned, with EAB, who's helping to facilitate, and also Dr. Elaine Mayman as well with the American Council of Education, who are both helping to facilitate the process as we continue to navigate through.
So if you have any questions at all, we'd be happy to talk with you about this. I had an opportunity to meet with our incoming student government executives this week. We talked about student involvement in the process in the fall. And I was happy to share with Layla that I know and I don't want to steal her thunder, she's going to probably talk about communication, but already in the plan under the student success theme is documentation of the students' interest already related to that. So we really are trying to be mindful of hearing everyone and making sure that those are represented here.
Do we have any input like from the Sykeston campus and places like that?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. So in the fall semester, there will be open forums, but also in the letter to the campus, Mike and I made ourselves available to meet with anyone and everyone who would like to be involved. And depending on who we hear from, I've already scheduled a couple of things, and as has Mike, some coordinated things, but just like we did with HLC. So Barbara Glacken is the Dean of Kent Library. She oversaw that process of our reaccreditation recently. She's really urged us to use a similar process to talk to as many constituents and all constituents as possible. And so Sykeston would be included. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? Dr. Marcus?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So at this point, if there are no other questions, thank you, Mike, and thank you, Debbie. Appreciate it. We would move to the following agenda item, our student presentation. If I may, Kate Appleman. She is our student presenter today. And I'm going to say just a few things. I don't want to steal her thunder, but Kate, who is from Jackson, Missouri, is a senior at Southeast, majoring in biomedical sciences and minoring in Spanish, chemistry, physics, and child development. Kate serves as a research assistant in the Department of Engineering and Technology here at Southeast. She is very active on campus and is a member of several clubs and organizations, including but not limited to Alpha Delta Pi, Red Cross Club, Student Medical Society, Student Government, Iota Chi, Advanced Health, Presidential Ambassadors, Order of Omega, and others. Kate volunteers for the Cape Girardeau County Public Health Center, Red Cross, Felix Kinsley Fundraiser, and events through Alpha Delta Chi. Kate has won numerous awards and scholarships and has many certifications and trainings in the medical field. Kate is here today to share her experiences in Southeast and engage you in a conversation. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, President Vargas. I really appreciate that introduction. As he said, my name is Kate Appleman, and it's really great to be here. I never could have imagined being in front of a room like this 3 years ago. So this is a great opportunity, and I'm so excited to be here. Before I get started, I kind of just want to say a little bit of a reason, like how I even came to SEMO, because I feel like that's something important that people don't really always highlight. So it's kind of something that I want to share. So I am from Jackson, Missouri. So you guys know where that's at. It's about 15 minutes from here, so it's not very far. I honestly, at the beginning of my time, I went to Notre Dame and I never thought I would come to SEMO. I always was like, oh no, I can't live 10 minutes away from my parents. Like, I'm not going to be one of those people. But then I realized as I was moving forward, I was looking at the colleges and I didn't know what to do. I applied to, I think, 20 colleges. I got into 20 colleges. Funny story though, I did apply based off of the March Madness bracket of the year before. So that's how I was deciding how I was going to go to college, was based off March Madness and SEC football. So funny story. But as I was going into it, my counselor said to me, Kate, you need to make a decision where you're going to college in the next 3 hours. And I said, you can't do that to me. Like, I don't know. Like, I have so many options, but I don't know where to go. So at the end of the day, she called me into her room and said, have you made your decision? And I was like, honestly, no. She goes, well, on the count of 3, you have to tell me where you're going to college because we need to know and put it on the graduation announcement today. And I was like, okay. And then I said, it's SEMO. And she was like, surprised. She looked at me. She's like, that's where you decided to go? And I said, it's the place that I felt most comfortable. I have come here my entire life, from going to the little homecoming parades or going to gymnastics meets. I even did gymnastics here at SEMO, like not as a SEMO gymnast, of course, but my gymnastics company was actually like practicing at the SEMO gym, which was super exciting. So I got to see all these major gymnasts since by the age of like 4. So I was so excited, and I realized it's a place that I felt was home. It was a place that I thought I could thrive. And honestly, I never thought I would be where I am today without SEMO. It has made me into the person who I am. And it's something that I would never give up. So what I really do want to do, I know you guys can see my CV in front of you. I did not know they were going to send that to you all, but I do want to open this up so to make this as much engaging as I can, to ask you guys to ask me what you want to hear. Because I can tell you a whole list of things, but I kind of want to know what you want to hear first. And then I can kind of go on to a spiel.
I have a question. I looked at your resume. When do you sleep?
That's a really good question. I have been trying to figure out that answer for the past 3 years as well. I sleep usually around, let's say I go to bed around like 1 o'clock. I wake up around 6, 7, depends. Yeah, it looks kind of long. But the reason I do have a very long resume, it's not just for me, it's for the people here at Southeast. I found in the recent years that the reason why I do what I do is because I like helping others find their own passions. And that's not something that a lot of people can say, but it's something that I want people to see. I want them to strive, and I want them to strive for excellence like I have. And it's something that SEMO has given to me that I want to give to others as well. Anybody else want to hear anything else before I go into a spiel?
Where do you see yourself going from here after you graduate?
Yeah, so as he said, I am pre-med, so I really am hoping I get into medical school. We're going to say fingers crossed on that. But one of the things I do want to do You guys are talking about sports medicine, the orthopedics here. I do want to do sports medicine and orthopedics. Hopefully, if I get into that residency, super hard to get into, unfortunately, but that is something I've been super interested in. I've actually worked with some of the team doctors that work at Southeast, and they've actually kind of opened up my eyes to the field and shown me like why I want to do it. I was able to work with Dr. Lawrence, who actually let me go into patients' rooms. He let me go in there with him and do my own assessments and kind of see what I thought. And he gave me more hands-on experience that I've never had before shadowing. A lot of them, usually it's so like passive where you just stand there and watch. But with them, they let me to get those hands-on experiences. They allow me to actually talk to the patients and get to know them. It's something that's super important that not everybody has the opportunity to do. But these doctors are some people that SEMO has a great opportunity of having here too. But yeah, that's usually what I want to do. I do want to go to medical school. Hopefully, I will probably apply this summer. So it takes about a year to get in usually. So we'll have to see. I'll update you guys.
Well, our best wishes to you.
Thank you so much.
Interestingly enough, Lloyd, you'll be interested in this. Andrew Lawrence is from Sykeston and he's primary care, but he received his sports medicine fellowship at Clemson and was heavily involved in athletic training and sports medicine. And in fact, he is one of the lead physicians helping with our athletic department and the River campus. And he's from Sykeston, Missouri, for crying out loud. And he would be a wonderful mentor for you. So learn all you can from him because he's a fine young guy who happens to be a really good doctor.
He is a fantastic doctor. He was actually mine too. So yeah, I've had a few knee issues since I've come here. So nothing wrong with the campus. It's just me walking. Is there anyone else that has any questions before I move on? All right, so some of the opportunities and the achievements that I've had at SEMO, President Vargas kind of mentioned a few, but I do want to add on to that. So this past year has been insane for me. That's something that a lot of people can say. COVID has, put a stop to a lot of things, but I've tried with the organizations that I am to kind of push through that. So some of the really major things that we've done on this campus. So I am the president of the SEMO Red Cross Club. And with that organization, we actually were the #1 organization in the biggest region of the American Red Cross in America. So we won the most active chapter, we won the Rookie of the Year chapter, and we even won one of the individual first place awards for volunteer service within the American Red Cross in the nation. That might have been me, but there's nothing really to go off of that. But that's just one of the things that our clubs have done. And another thing is we recently held the second largest blood drive in the MOR region of Missouri, or of the American Red Cross region. So that's amazing. Like, we did so well. We raised over 1,000 units of blood, saving over 3,000 lives just at Southeast Missouri State University. And this is something that we did cumulatively as Greek Life. We did this cumulatively as the student body of Southeast Missouri State, the faculty and staff. Everyone got involved, and it was something that allowed us all to save people from just donating a little bit of time. Whether it was donating your hours, we had over 300 hours of volunteer service from our students, or just donating blood in the 10, 15 minutes it might take. But that was one of the really major compliments we had. And actually, I know SEMO will be getting not SEMO per se, but they are recognizing us as having one of the largest drives at a meeting in the next coming weeks that I'll be going to for our representative for that. And then some other things that we have done this past few years. I'm trying to think of other things you guys might want to hear. So one thing with research, so I do research here at Southeast Missouri State University, and I don't know if you guys have heard, but we have a student research conference here, which is something that not many universities or schools have. And that's something that's super unique and super awesome that we do at SEMO. It's an opportunity to give our graduate and undergraduate students to have an opportunity to present the research, to submit an abstract, to get accepted, because it is kind of selective. So it helps you guys get practice into going into what you can do at national conferences. So this year I was one of the student coordinators for that. And I was able to see what we can do as a student body we have done so many different things from all disciplines that has helped us be who we are today that not many people like see. So some of the really great highlights of this is that it's not just science that does research. It's the fashion. It's over Title IX. It's over so many different subjects that you never really experience. So some of the things that I like to go off to about research is that here at Southeast, they give our students so many different opportunities. And I was able to actually this past week on May, right? Yeah, May. May 8th, we actually published a paper from my research. So we actually me and my partner got co-first authors for a publication in the Journal of Biomechanics. So that's something that not many people can say, especially as undergraduates. So that's something super unique too. And I'm really happy that we were able to have this opportunity because honestly, it was on a whim that I got involved with this project. It's because I have small hands. So it really did help out. But it's kind of weird. So I work with heart valves, just to let you guys know. So with the heart valves, we kind of see the different forces required so we are able to cinch the valve to make it close so that it can help with different like techniques and different annuloplasty rings so we don't have regurgitation because that's something that is a problem with a lot of people because I don't know if you guys know, but heart valve disease and just disease of the hearts in general are one of the leading causes of death in America. So that's one of the reasons why we were doing this. So the fact that we're able to even do any types of research on that here is amazing. Some other things I can tell you about is knowing about the student experience because I feel like that's what you guys want to hear. Is kind of like what we all do and like what we have seen and what we haven't. So SEMO is one of the greatest places I think I've ever been. It's like its own little world. Living, like I said, 10, 15 minutes away, never thought that SEMO would be this one place that I could go to and call home. It's somewhere that feels not separated, but different from the rest of Cape Girardeau. And that's what makes it so fun to be here. And students, I do think, enjoy thoroughly coming here. I think they like the prices. I think they like the tuition and how we are accessible and cheap in some certain aspects. And that also helps that it gets people to get those opportunities to move forward into what they want to do. It helps you prepare for what we want to do later on. We have so many options, like we mentioned earlier. We were talking about PT, we were talking about OTs, we were talking about just all these different majors that honestly not many people know that we have. It's the fact that students don't really look into it before they pick a major. I didn't know what I wanted to do for the longest time because I didn't want to be a doctor like my parents, unfortunately. I said, I'm not going to follow in their footsteps. They're podiatrists, by the way, so that's kind of funny. But I didn't want to fall into their footsteps and be just like them. I wanted to be my own unique person. I wanted to do what I wanted to do. But as I realized, that is what I want to do. I want to help others. It's more than that, but there's just one of the reasons why. It's something that has enabled me to further my background in science to help me get to where I am and where I want to be. But is there anything else you guys want to hear before I leave? Because I don't want to just.
Are you on our SEMO marketing videos that we have?
I do not think I am.
So I think we should make a note of that and get her on some of those videos. Thank you.
Oh. I've been on the news a few times. If that counts. It's usually talking about the Red Cross. A lot of people hear me say that a lot, but I want to try to limit that today because it might annoy people.
Do you live on campus or do you live at home?
So I live off campus. So I have a house that's literally 100 feet away from Dempster. So it's super close. But I did live on campus. I lived in Vandiver and I also lived in Greek housing. So I lived in the Alpha Delta Pi housing on campus as well. But yeah, those are both really great experiences. I really did enjoy Vandiver. Vandiver has huge rooms. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I laid out the entire room with like all the metrics before I even came to SEMO to make sure I had the ultimate amount of space. It really helped.
I just want to commend you. This is, we see a lot of accomplished individuals that come before us, and a lot of them are involved in almost, maybe not as many things as you are, but almost as many. But but we never see someone who's a leader in everything they're engaged in. And that leadership, obviously just you kind of come to the top, and it's amazing to see what you've accomplished already. And, I'm excited to see where life takes you. Stay in touch with us, please.
I will. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I honestly never thought I'd be able to do what I'm doing. I started off as an intramural chair for my sorority. That was my first position ever at Southeast. And from there, that was like a full-time job. I don't know if you guys know, but getting girls to play sports can be really hard in a whole sorority. So it's really difficult. But after doing that, I realized, wow, I have so much time after this position was over, because I did sports and I did academics my entire life. That's something that I prided myself on. Academics is one of my top priorities. If I have something that's going to interfere with that, I won't do it. But I've learned how to like balance my time to a point where I'm like, wow, I have so much time I can keep doing more, because I have a hard time saying no, unfortunately. But it's actually helped me to get to where I am and to actually figure out that I am capable of so much. And that's because of SEMO. I was able to get so many leadership positions like you stated. I don't know how I got some of them, honestly, because I wasn't expecting to get elected for them, but I did. But one of those positions, for example, so I am the president of another organization called Iota Chi on campus, which I feel like is something we kind of should talk about, because it's dealing with sexual assault and sexual violence on campus. So that's something that has become like an increasing thing everywhere. It's not just here, it's everywhere. But with our organization, we started out as a Greek organization where we got Greek members from every organization to come get involved and to give their input to help make a difference on campus, to like take off the status quo of what exactly Greek life is. People don't really understand. Sometimes they get this idea of, oh, they're just going to party. Oh, that's all they're going to do. They don't do much for the community. But we wanted to change that. We wanted to make a difference and actually start something. So this past year, when I became president, we've done a lot. We have gotten so much accomplished. For example, this past month was Sexual Assault Awareness Month in April, and we were able to help out with the Unity Walk. We did the 2021 Unity Walk for sexual assault awareness, and that was so fantastic. We had over like 50 plus people come. We had a walk where people represented and came out to say that they fight against sexual assault and that they don't want this here. And then we had a little picnic after, which was great. And I think this will explode as we become like for the next few years. This was the very first one, so that was really great. And then the other thing that we did was a denim day. So we did a jean painting. So basically people took different squares for denim day for painting and writing like messages to survivors or just to anyone that has dealt with it. And it's something that gave them the sense that we are all here for them as a SEMO campus. And those squares are going to be made into a quilt actually by some people from SEMO. So that's really fantastic. And then the other thing we did was a wreath where we pinned different colors with teal and purple for representing sexual assault awareness and domestic violence awareness, that students were able to come and pin and show that they support this and that they want to fight against this and change. And then the other thing that we've done in past this recent year in Iota Chi was we started accepting non-voting representatives from other organizations to open it up, not just from Greek Life. Some of the organizations we had joined were the Student Athletics Council, because that's one of the things that we want to hit. We want to hit all aspects of SEMO. We want to know who all is involved, because some of the big parts of SEMO are Greek life. It's the athletics, it's the organizations. Those are all what cumulatively make SEMO. And so that's what we started doing. We started reaching out to all different organizations, from student athletics to the service sororities and fraternities on campus, to even, I'm trying to think who else, the non affiliated sororities and fraternities, for example, like Kappa Beta Gamma. And these are the people that we want represented on our board, kind of help get us a better understanding of what we can do as students to help limit sexual assault on campus. And the other thing of our program is focused on education. So one thing that we are going to do and that we have done is do presentations for example, classrooms that can kind of title and understand of what exactly Title IX is and what the different definitions of sexual assault and sexual violence are, because that's what people lack, is the education behind it. And that's what our goal is to do in this past, like next year, especially, is to help people get that better understanding. But yeah, that's some of the other organizations that I'm in. Is there anything else that anyone wants to say or ask?
No, I'd just like to get a pint of your enthusiasm and inject it into a lot of people that I work with as volunteers and see if I couldn't get them up the curve. But congratulations on everything you've done so far. And I think you'll make an outstanding doctor. And you're a great spokesman and I hope the university, as she said, can use you in a viable way to promote the campus and to promote us. You're what we hope for every day and hope we can support in every way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for saying that. That again means a lot to me. And a funny thing I can end off is with you in regards to volunteering. My family has always made a joke about me. They said, I want to be the most successful one in our family, but the problem is I will be the poorest because I don't do anything for money. So yeah, that's been the one thing I've had trouble with is accepting money for jobs that I've worked. I just want to say thank you guys so much for this opportunity. I really, oh, Lauren, did you have something?
I just wanted to say I've known you for 3 years now, and I never thought meeting you that first week at Camp Red Hawk that either of us would be sitting in this room today. You were the vibrant, crazy, I want to talk to everyone and meet everyone. And I was I'm going to hide in my room and read a book. And then we had Spanish class together. And it's amazing to see how much you've grown over these 3 years. And I am so proud that I'm friends with you and that I talk to you because you're an inspiration every day with your enthusiasm. So I just wanted to say that because I appreciate you.
That made me sad. Thank you. Yeah, we were in the same nest for Camp Red Hawk. So that's actually another really great thing I recommend a lot of students to actually start knowing about. I feel like a lot of students don't really know about it as much as I did. I thought I was forced into it by my mom. I was like, Mom, I'm from here. Why do I have to go to Camp Red Hawk? And she was like, Kate, it's going to be great. You can do it. And honestly, it was probably the best, 4 days of my life. But
it was a fast 4 days, but it was awesome.
Yeah, we had a great time. Our nest actually won, I'm pretty sure, several awards. So we did pretty good.
Not to mention our name was the Mediocres.
Yeah, we were called the Mediocres. That was a really good thing. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for everything. Thank you guys for representing Southeast Missouri State University. And thank you for letting me speak. It was really great meeting you all and letting you guys hear my story. I'm sorry for blabbering on, and I'm sorry about the 8-page of resume you see in front of you. I didn't know that was coming.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you again, Kate.
Thank you. I did, when I introduced her, I forgot to mention that she has difficulty with public speaking. So, great job. Do we transition to the next item? Thank you very much.
Please do.
So our report from the student government. For the last year, Logan Phillips served as the president of Southeast Student Government Association. Logan is originally from St. Louis, Missouri, and is a junior at Southeast, majoring in corporate communications and political science. Leila Buzihai, did I say that right? Buzihai was elected as president of student government for the 2021-2022 academic year, along with her executive team, Nolan Knopp as vice president and Sophie Nation, thank you, treasurer. Leila is from Jonesboro, Arkansas, and is a senior at Southeast, majoring in marketing with a minor in fashion entrepreneurship. Logan has joined us today to offer some reflections on his time as SGA president, and Leila will provide an overview of the year to come. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Vargas. As Dr. Vargas said, this is my last Board of Regents meeting as a student government president. So I wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to be here one more time. So I just wanted to provide a recap over the year and some reflective comments. So the the first thing that we did was, the first thing we noticed actually in the fall was that with the COVID guidelines and Protect the Nest guidelines, we were unable to provide funding to many of the student organizations that we typically do. And so luckily in the spring, some of that started to pick back up and we were able to give student organizations some funding for limited travel or events that they wanted to host on campus. And so that was good to see, to give us a sense of, getting back to normal as we've been trying to do all year. Now, we worked with executive staff throughout the year on numerous occasions, whether it be to talk about spring break or the Protect the Nest guidelines of social distancing, whatever it was. We worked with them on numerous occasions to provide student input. We went through and are currently still going through an RFP process for a student engagement management system platform. And we're also currently going through the hiring process for a GA for the implementation of that as soon as we get the feedback for that and go with a provider. So next, we have offered numerous events for students on both main campus and river campus. Some of those events are the ice cream pig out, trunk or treat, CPR trainings, and a whole lot more. And so, as I've talked about on numerous occasions throughout the year, we want to give students a sense of normalcy. And so it's been serving in this role and working with the executive board and the rest of student government and the colleges. It's been a good opportunity to be able to give students some of those opportunities. So obviously coming into this year, it was a little bit limited in what we could do throughout the year. And so, when you are elected to this position, you're very ambitious, you're very motivated to get stuff done. And so it was a little bit disappointing for me to be honest, realizing that COVID was taking over and I wouldn't be able to accomplish many of those things that I had hoped to. But, at the same time, it's understandable. This is a pandemic. So, I had to come to terms with that and realize, hey, when I think of success, I think of very tangible things. And I was just talking to President Gargis about this. I view success, prior to this term, I had defined success as like very tangible things. And so I had to accept the fact that, we stayed open throughout the year. And that was an opportunity that many students throughout the country didn't have. And so that's what I took away from this year. And that's the biggest takeaway from my term this year. So, and we have a lot of people in this room to thank for that, as well as the faculty and staff and as well as students for following the guidelines that have been posted throughout the year. Like I said, giving students a sense of normalcy is huge for morale. And although it wasn't as it usually is, we worked with what we had. So, I addressed this in my last report at the last meeting. I always get the question, how are students feeling? Students are relieved that the semester is over and ready for a break, myself included. And this has been the most memorable year of my college career. And it's been an honor to serve in this role. I'm looking forward to continuing my involvement in other ways next year on campus. But I hope to see many of you on campus next year and continuing the discussions that we've had this year. But I also hope to see you in a more normal capacity. So we'll see how that goes. But that's pretty much all that I have today. I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity to provide you with a student government report at every meeting that we've had. It's interesting. I honestly didn't even know that these meetings typically happen in academic until like a month ago. So I never knew that. But yeah, so here we are. But does anybody have any questions for me?
You had a heck of a year with COVID, and I can't imagine how many times you had to say no to certain requests.
Yeah.
And that probably got pretty old. So congratulations for making it through and persevering.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. At this point, I just want to turn it over to Layla to talk about the initiatives that she hopes to work on next year and anything else she would like to talk about.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for having me today. So I just wanted to talk about myself for a little bit so you guys get to know me, since you'll be seeing my face very often. So like I said, I am from Jonesboro, Arkansas, so home of Arkansas State, but I still chose SEMO. My experience to come to SEMO was actually very different from Miss Appleman's over there. I did not know that I would come to Missouri. Missouri is the most randomest place for me, somebody from Arkansas, to pick from. But I came to SEMO on my first show me date to see the campus. And I met with the student government vice president at the time because I knew I wanted to do this. I knew student government was the one thing that I wanted in college. And I met with him, spoke with him, and he made me feel so invited. And then still wasn't convinced enough. Came back again. And the same people that I met with my first time still remembered me months later. And they see so many students on their daily basis, but they still remembered me. They still knew why I wanted to come to this campus. They still knew what I felt. And so when I did that, I was like, this is my home. This is where I want to be. These are the people that I want to see every day. These are the experiences that I want to have. And so through my time at SEMO, I have done a lot. I have been involved in Greek life. I'm also an Alpha Delta Pi. I work with academic support centers. I'm a first generation college student, so I've done a lot with them, and they helped get me where I am today. And I also am part of the Honors College and other organizations. I have been a part of student government since my first semester at SEMO and have done it every single year since. I was a first year senator and now I'm president. So that's crazy. I for sure have came a long way. I have taken my path in college much different than many people. I decided to get a full-time job, and I have been working every single year since I came to college. When I was a freshman, I worked 3 jobs, then I got to 2, and then I finally got 1 full-time job. So now I'm a full-time marketing project coordinator at the printing company, and so I work there 45 hours a week, and I'm a full-time student, and I'm now a president. So that's really exciting. I live a busy life, but I really enjoy it. Regarding the upcoming academic year, my team and I are very excited. Like Debbie said, we did come talk to her the other day and had a quick meeting with her just to get on the same basis of what we project for the next year. So we are really wanting to focus on student communication and experience enhancement. Many of the issues that students face can be simply fixed with enhanced communication. Our university is always doing amazing things that our students tend to not be aware of, and I want to be able to effectively showcase that to students. As students, we tend to forget that there are many processes going on that help shape our student experience. Through my time at Southeast and my campaigns, we notice that every year the needs of students change. This is due to the outlying factors that change per semester. Different courses you take, different experiences you have per semester change your outlook on this campus. And so due to this, instead of creating preconceived notions and ideas of this is what exactly is going to happen, in the fall, we'll be surveying students to get the most updated current version of what they want to see improved on our campus. So that's basically all the initiatives that we want to do. And I'm just really excited for the relationship that we'll be building here and having these constant communications and keeping you guys updated. And if you guys have any questions for me, please let me know.
Thank you, Logan. Layla, we look forward to seeing you here on our different meetings. Logan, we very much enjoyed your reports as well, and we wish you all the best, both of you. And so thank you again for being here today.
Thank you.
So I would just like to also echo President Gargas. Logan, good luck. It was a pleasure working with you. Thank you. I know it was a really difficult year, and I appreciate your leadership because it really helped as we worked with SG. And I know you understood some of the reasons why we did some of the things we did. And even though there were some, preferences for doing other things and all that, I really appreciate how you worked with us and your willingness to help us.
Definitely.
And thank you very much. And Leila, I'm also excited about working with you in this year to come. So thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the report from the Faculty Senate Chair, Dr. Vargas, introductions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As you are aware, Dr. Diane Wood served as Chair of Faculty Senate this academic year. Dr. Wood joined Southeast nearly 18 years ago and is a professor of biology in the Department of Biology in Southeast College of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Dr. Wood earned her Bachelor of Science and Master of Science in Zoology from SIU Carbondale and completed their PhD in Entomology from the University of Missouri, Columbia. She has served on Faculty Senate Executive Committee a total of 7 years during her time at Southeast, and this year was her second time serving as chair. Dr. Laura Hatcher began her service as chair of Faculty Senate in April. Dr. Hatcher, along with the executive committee team, Kim Louie, chair-elect, and Erin Ray Fligge, membership committee chair, will lead the 56th session of the Faculty Senate during the 21-22 academic year. Dr. Hatcher joined Southeast in the fall of 2014 and is Associate Professor of Political Science and Public Administration in the Department of Political Science, Philosophy, and Religion in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Dr. Hatcher earned her bachelor's degree in English, Linguistics, and Political Science from the University of Utah, and her PhD in Political Science with a focus in public law and judicial behavior from the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. She is in her third year serving in Faculty Senate. Dr. Wood has joined us today to offer some reflections on her time as Faculty Senate Chair, and Dr. Hatcher will provide an overview of the year to come. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to provide you all a copy of my end of the year report so that it's a little easier so I don't have to riff off of anything.
I was very fearful this was an exam and I was not prepared for it.
Oh, yeah. It will be posted on the website. And you don't mind if I take this off? I'm so tired of having to talk through a mask. I did that. I lectured all this semester, so in a mask. So anyway, I'm going to read through my report. I'm going to try to abbreviate as much as possible so that I don't take up your time today. I know you have other things, important things to do. So I would like to begin by thanking the Board of Regents and others present for the time and opportunity to outline the activities that Faculty Senate has completed. However, before I begin discussing our accomplishments, I would like to recognize all the university employees who came together to allow a successful completion of the past academic year during a time that none of us could ever have imagined. Critical to this success, of this year are the people who served on the emergency response team. It is because of the ERT's willingness to listen, understand, and consider the scientific evidence of COVID-19 that the university was able to develop rules and regulations that significantly lessened the impact that so many others in our country experienced this year. Additionally, the decision by Cape Girardeau County officials to implement a mask mandate was key in the university's ability to create a safe bubble for our students and employees. Recognition must be given to all the students and employees who willingly followed and reminded others that those rules and regulations were necessary to protect ourselves and the people around us. Going to accomplishments, one bill was approved by Senate. We're waiting on, I believe that bill may have come back for revisions. I'm no longer the Senate chair, so I don't know these things. So communication and support events. We did, due to the issue that, or well, due to the, I don't know how to put this politely, but the difficult situation regarding sexual assault on campus and what happened last semester. Faculty Senate put together a special presentation to all faculty regarding campus sexual assault and Title IX rules and regulations. This presentation was given by Sonia Rucker, Trey Martin, and Millicent Odahambo to the faculty to help them to better understand the rules and regulations. Additionally, Dr. Tamara Buck gave a presentation on campus diversity and equity. She had some really wonderful ideas, really good ideas about promoting diversity and equity within at the college or at the department level. I highly recommend that you guys listen and take that opportunity to talk with Dr. Buck. I think she's very smart and has some great ideas. CTL, Senate also participated in a CTL Takeaway Friday on April 30th of 2021. The presentation was Words of Wisdom from Faculty Senate. In the session, Faculty Senate representatives outlined recent initiatives, provided updates regarding ongoing projects, discussed current issues, invited comments and reactions from faculty in attendance. And this was sent to me, and brought up anything else that's fun and exciting in Senate. And I don't know necessarily that there's always fun and exciting things in Senate, but nevertheless. And as you can see, we had several senators that presented, Dr. Indy Braden, Vera Campbell Jones, Aaron Fleege, Stephanie Hallam, and Belinda McMurray. We also, Senate we had participating in a broader academic process. Senate executive staff participated in review of initial ERT rules and regulations. We were instrumental in the changing of recommended to mandatory mask wearing when in campus buildings and assurances that employees would be supported in enforcing this rule. This was very, very important. And I think that's one of the key features that allowed us to be as safe as we were on this campus. Senate participated in an extraordinary program review, which is defined in the faculty handbook under Chapter 5B, Course and Curricular Approval Process, Section 1, Review Committees under the subheading Academic Program Review Policies and Procedures. Additionally, based on the preliminary information from that extraordinary program review, there will be several programs eliminated, as was presented by Dr. Goddard earlier. And this will also mean then we will have to begin a major academic restructuring by June 30th. As outlined by Chapter 5, Section C, Policy Section, which defines a major academic restructuring. Additionally, there has been, well, faculty morale has been relatively low. And this has shown a pattern of decline in faculty morale. The results of the Great Colleges Survey for 2012, 2014, and 2018 indicated a relatively low score in 2012, followed by an increase in 2014, and then a return to lower scores similar to 2012. The areas of concern were compensation benefits and work-life balance, shared governance, faculty, administration, and staff relations, and communication. In 2018, Chair David Powell presented findings from a faculty poll, which included comment cards. The suite of concerns fell under communication, mentorship, recognition, recruitment, and resources. Low faculty morale was a persistent theme throughout the comments. In 2020, Dr. Brooke Clubbs conducted a study on faculty burnout at SEMA. Her findings indicated that there was not a relationship between salary and burnout score. Institutional and social support in the form of guidance and reassurance of worth were mitigating factors of burnout, with guidance being the most significant and reliable. Deans and departments play a critical role in creating the culture of support in their colleges and departments, but relationships with colleagues appear to be the most important in mitigating burnout. Of note, pre and post analysis were completed to ascertain whether the COVID-19 pandemic played a role in faculty burnout. The results indicated that there was only a 0.03 point difference in pre and post. So in essence, what it tells you is that it had very little impact on faculty burnout. During spring semester, I conducted a simple opinion poll, and I can assure you this was not scientific in any way. It was not, I just needed to get a sense of where we're sitting right now. I conducted a simple poll to get a sense of current faculty morale based on 2 questions regarding value and trust at different academic structural levels, specifically colleagues, chairs, deans, and provost, and upper administration, president, and Board of Regents. That is because in the academic division, faculty view these different groups as governing bodies over what they are expected from in their job. A total of 180 faculty responded to the survey. And as you can see on figure 1, which is on the following page, we see a pattern where the faculty responded in that over half of them had a positive response to the question of my colleagues value me, my chair values me, my dean values me. However, when we go, and that pattern holds true as well for I trust my colleagues, my chair, and my dean. And that pattern in both of those questions, over 50% of the response rate was positive. However, and no offense, please y'all don't take this personal at all. The intention of this is to get, is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to improve. And that's, I'm not finger waving. I'm just saying this is what came from this. However, as you can see, when it comes to provost, president, and the Board of Regents, the results change dramatically. So points to consider. Oh, and also there were the opportunity to provide comments by the faculty that participated in this survey. Those comments are all, none of this has been eliminated. Every single one of the comments were put in at the back in an appendix. And so to give you an opportunity of what they're thinking or feeling or what their opinions are. Points to consider. It is apparent based on the information I have provided to consider what can be done regarding the continued decline in faculty morale and more generally the overall decline in employee morale. Having a reputation for advocating for others and my willingness to ask and listen to the concerns of other employees, it has been made apparent to me that many employees from top to bottom and across the divisions are unwilling to speak truthfully when giving advice and/or opinion to upper administration for fear of retaliation. This is further compounded by the continued decline in state funding and across the board cuts that all divisions have been experiencing. Within the academic division, faculty workloads have increased, resources have declined, and academic buildings need repair. One of the budget strategies that has been employed is to reallocate money to other areas by not filling open faculty lines. And you can see on figure 2, this information was provided by the Southeast Finance Office. And so you can see through that the number of faculty, budgeted faculty lines and those that are filled. Many departments have repeatedly had to assign overloads or hire adjunct faculty in order to cover courses. This lack of sufficient faculty is exacerbated faculty's dissatisfaction and has led to higher faculty turnover or earlier retirement. Attracting qualified faculty has been a struggle due in part to non-competitive salaries and benefits. This in turn often results in having to offer higher salaries, which adds to salary compression for current faculty. Many new hires view their employment as a temporary job until they can find better employment due to workload expectations, healthcare benefits, and current financial instability. Based on discussions with employees in other divisions, this appears to be a consistent theme. It is alarming that we are losing some of our best and brightest as a result. One of the most critical requirements, especially during financial instability, is competent leadership. Employees rely on their leaders to make well-informed decisions that are devoid of personal and/or political influences. To be successful leaders must be open to listening to their qualified administrative staff, even when it may be contrary to their own opinions. No one person can fully comprehend the intricacies of an institution as large as this university. A leader must be open and transparent, show no favoritism, nor avoid responsibility. Returning to the survey I conducted earlier this month, there is an apparent perception by faculty that leadership personnel do not value them, nor do they trust the decisions of administrative leadership. To be fair, it is my opinion the provost and the Board of Regents are not to be fully blamed. Regarding the provost, he is limited in his ability to make decisions without president's approval. This is also true for those who are not protected in their position by tenure. Members of the Board of Regents are limited in what information they receive by the ability of the president to control what is placed on the agenda originating from the university. As a result, information provided is often filtered by a single perspective. It is my opinion, and many of the decisions made by the president have caused a continued decline in faculty morale and overall morale of all employees at this university. Many employees have stated or confirmed that there is a general fear of retaliation, bullying, and potential loss of employment. I would like to provide the following examples to show a pattern of behavior. I am not going to read through those. You are welcome to review them. But as with anybody, when you complain, you should also bring suggestions. And the thing of it is that these are simply my suggestions and they are only suggestions. Please do not think that I'm trying to tell you all how to do your job. One is improving administrative relations with Southeast employees. Complete a 360-degree review of the president as outlined in the faculty handbook under the review of the president and periodic review of the president. In that guidance, in the faculty handbook, it discusses the review of the president is an extension of the collegial process, which encourages participation in government of the university by persons at every level, including faculty and staff, the administrators of each division, students, and the Board of Regents. Assessment of the president's performance is made possible through informal mechanisms and periodic reviews. Each of these is designed to provide input for assessing the performance of the president of the university and for suggesting ideas that might be strengthened. During the periodic review, it is suggested the Board of Regents will initiate a review of the president at least every 3 years after the president of the university assumes office, unless otherwise specified by the president's contract. This review will be led by a consultant who is selected by the Board of Regents to facilitate a comprehensive 360-degree or similar style assessment that incorporates feedback from A, multiple levels of university governance, and B, external stakeholders selected by the Board of Regents. As a result of the 360-degree review, the Board of Regents will communicate the outcome of to the campus community as deemed appropriate. The other suggestion that I would have is add a faculty advisory representative to the Board of Regents. The Faculty Senate should select and put forward a list of candidates for the Board of Regents selection. This will allow an opportunity for the board to hear and consider another perspective regarding important university decisions. My other suggestion, it would be helpful if members of the board would be willing to meet and listen to the concerns of the various employee groups. Get to know these people who are the heart and soul of this university. And finally, under this heading, provide autonomy within the university division leadership. Set reasonable and agreed upon goals, but let them develop solutions that are appropriate to their area. They know their division better than anyone else. This is not going to be popular at this point, but these are my suggestions. Strategic budget cuts. Suspend football for 5 years. Allow the current players to complete their education by honoring their scholarships. The cost savings can be used to build our reserves in order to pull us out of this cycle of across-the-board budget cuts. Athletic tutorial services, second suggestion, athletic tutorial services and their funding should be folded into the university tutorial services. This would allow a significant improvement in resources and further incorporation of athletes into the broader student community. And then elimination of regional campuses that currently consistently have low enrollment. And so that is the end of my report. You can also read the comments that were provided in the appendix.
Do you all have any questions for?
I have a quick question. You had 180 responses. How many faculty are here at Southeast Missouri State University?
Full faculty lines, if you go back to the other figure, which for 2021, there's some approximately 360, somewhere around there.
Any other questions for Dr. Woods? All right, so I will talk about what we're going to be doing in the future and welcome any other questions that you would like to raise when I'm done. So the 56th Senate convened on April 28th to hold our elections. And as you already know, last session's membership chair, Dr. Kim Louie, was elected to be the next chair-elect, and Dr. Aaron Fligge was elected to the membership chair. I am overjoyed to have these two join me on the Senate exec. They are two of the very, very best colleagues on campus. And we are looking forward to a new academic year after a little bit of a vacation and break and some rest and restoration time for the faculty. The faculty are tired. You are not going to be surprised to hear that. In my career, both as an academic and in periods when I was working as a non-academic, I can honestly say there's never been a year quite like this last one. Beginning with the pivot to online teaching last spring through a year of socially distanced hybrid and blended teaching, it's been a year of nearly constant stress. And of course, we prioritized. And before that, before last year, before the pivot, we were finishing up a reorganization. So there's been a lot of stress and change for the faculty. Learning new technologies, working with students who themselves were suffering from anxiety and depression, partly because of the pandemic, but also because these maladies plague the current generation at a higher rate than they have plagued students in the past. My colleagues and I found our way through the year and are finally at its end. Everyone is exhausted, Last week at an organizational session of the Senate, I noted that many of my most loquacious colleagues were fumbling with their words. We were tripping on what we were trying to say to each other. This is just a general problem with exhaustion that is everywhere on this campus, from the top of the system to through facilities management, faculty, and students. When we adjourned, I told them to finish and rest. Their Senate execs would keep the home fires burning, and I did give them some ideas about things we were going to work on next year. So some of our projects ahead includes clarifying and cleaning up the language of the grievance process. The process itself is good. There's a couple things that we might suggest making changes to, but it has been apparent that when there are issues, faculty don't always know how to begin that process. And there's both the formal and the informal process. And the informal process is really where we solve most of those kinds of problems. But faculty, when you read the handbook, it's almost incomprehensible. You cannot, and I don't know who wrote it. I did not, I can tell you that. So I'm gonna put together an ad hoc committee of wordsmiths to help clarify that and also create some instructional materials to help faculty when they have a problem, be able to find some resolution through the informal process. And hopefully that will get rid of most of the issues. Most of them will get resolved that way. And the formal process will be left to, you know, the very difficult things. A little bit like the way we think about court, right? First you mediate and then you go to court if you can't resolve it. The other project we're going to do actually does address morale problems amongst the faculty. It has to do with the health and well-being of faculty and staff on campus. There's going to be another ad hoc committee for that. Dr. Aaron Fligge is going to chair that committee, and they are going to have 2 missions. Now, I want to explain where I'm coming from on this. So my particular area of study is emergency management. I actually came to Missouri to work with the farmers of Birds Point, New Madrid spillway as they recovered from the explosive events of May 2011. As a result, I spent a lot of my time working on helping people who've gone through disasters and emergencies. We've been in a slow moving emergency since the pandemic started. And I have said to my colleagues that they sound an awful lot like flood victims to my ear. And so what we are going to do is work a little bit on coming up with ways and plans to reinvigorate the campus community, and also think about how to create a university workplace that puts health and well-being of students and all of the people who work at the university first. It's actually something that's already in the draft of the strategic action plan as well. I'm just going to try and kick it off a little bit with the Senate and get the Senate to begin working on that in order to enable better communications, be able to find some space to actually rebuild community post-pandemic, and address some of the institutional issues that may be creating some of these problems. So they will have their hands full. We figure there's going to be a subcommittee there, as well as one subcommittee working on things that are sort of here and now, and another subcommittee working on recommendations. We have some other bills that will have to be worked on. No, in fact, that one bill hasn't been returned to us yet. But we are looking forward to starting anew and trying to resolve some of the issues that we have while simultaneously building on the strengths that have come out of some of these processes of reorganization and prioritization, which have been so very, very hard for many, many faculty. And I want to be honest and candid with you. So very hard on many, many faculty. But just the other day, a faculty member commented, we are beginning to thrive as we look at our new enrollments. So it's gonna be lumpy. And one of the things in the strategic action plan that I would really like to advocate for is a campus climate study so that we can get a better sense of where the problems are and what the solutions need to be. That's already a recommendation inside the draft strategic action plan. I really hope that everyone supports it. I have reached out to colleagues at other universities where they did those campus climate studies, and they were remarkably helpful in resolving issues and finding where the problems were and clarifying what needed to happen. So I want to leave us on an optimistic footing here that your faculty just need a break, and we're going to come back and address the issues again. And then we will move forward and see what needs to happen in order to make things just a little bit better and relieve some of that stress. Thank you very much.
Comments or questions? Dr. Wood, I want to say thank you. I've enjoyed your participation in our meetings over the past year and getting to know you a little bit better. And with that same thought, Dr. Hatcher, I welcome your participation as well and look forward to getting to know you. Thank you again, ladies. Appreciate you. Next item will be item 11O, a report from Career Services. Dr. Vargas with the introductions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Dan Presson is the Director of Career Services. The Office of Career Services works to educate Southeast students on career readiness, in addition to connecting students and alumni with local, regional, and national employment opportunities. Dan joined Southeast in May 2013. He earned his Bachelor of Arts in Mass Communication, Advertising from Southeast, and completed his Master's in Communication in Lindenwood University. Prior to joining Southeast Career Services, Dan worked as the Assistant Director of Transfer Recruitment for the Office of Admissions at Southeast. Additionally, Dan currently serves on the Cape Girardeau City Council representing Ward 1. Dan has joined us today to provide an overview of career services. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you all for having me. Anytime that I get the opportunity to talk about how this institution impacts the workforce, I will take it because we have incredible students at this institution that go on to incredible things. The Office of Career Services here at Southeast Missouri State, primarily we serve 4 different audiences. And I always describe it to people that we have 4 different storefronts for the Career Services Office. The most blatant and obvious is obviously students. We work every single minute of every day, making sure our students are prepared and career ready for interviews, networking, job searching, resume building, cover letter writing, and so forth. Additionally, our other storefronts are, we work directly with employers on a regional, state, and national level. We work with alumni of this institution, irregardless of when they graduated from this institution, they can return to the Career Services Office for assistance at any point in their career. And then we also serve faculty and staff on this campus. So we're a busy place. We have a lot of those storefronts, and those storefronts really do keep us very, very busy, especially in this past year with such an interesting climate. This time last year, we were dealing with internship cancellations and jobs moving online, interviews being hastily turned to online interviews in comparison to face-to-face. And now we're dealing with a shortage of applicants and an abundance of jobs. So within an entire year, we've made a complete about face in the way that our graduates are impacting the workforce. So it's just some very interesting things. Like I said, we are where the rubber hits the road of a student's college education. We work directly with faculty and staff on this campus. The faculty do an incredible job of preparing students for the workforce. And then sometimes we're called in just to do a little bit of polishing. A great example of that is just recently in the College of Business, I was brought in to do a dining etiquette workshop for several students in the professionalism course, where we actually went through a 5-course meal in an hour, where we asked the students to bring their own plate, fork, knife, spoon, and napkin, and we set it up in front of them and ran through the entire event just there. So we're constantly doing different unique things in order to make sure that the students that leave this institution are prepared to launch an extraordinary career. You walk around this campus and you see all of the different flags and everything touts extraordinary careers. And I can tell you from this seat, I see them. I see these extraordinary careers. I see these students that, like Layla, have full-time jobs during their undergraduate degree and graduate with these extraordinary resumes. Kate Appleman has an incredible resume, and she's not even graduated with her undergraduate degree. So you can imagine all the wonderful things that she'll be able to do going forward. So we are where a student finds that return on the investment. When they invest to go to this institution, they invest in a great career preparedness course. And what we do through the Office of Career Services is we develop employees. And we develop it through sort of a delightfully forceful way of telling students how to work on their resume, rewrite their cover letters. And I keep a stack of business cards of local barbershops in my office in case I have a student that needs to go get a haircut. But those are the differences that really make an interview process sing. We have the ability to connect with students from the minute they step foot on this campus. For the past several years, we've been a part of the Show Me Day and Campus Visit Day process. And so when a student visits this campus, they start hearing about career preparedness. From just their initial time walking on campus, they get introduced to the concepts of career readiness and the concepts of career services. And then we talk to them about how career counseling can help them figure out which one of the 185 different degrees and emphasis areas they would want to pursue. Then so on and so forth. We can work with them through that resume development, cover letter writing, interview and mock interview polishing, and then on to job searching, networking, and even new hire paperwork. So we're constantly doing anything related to employment to ensure these students enter the workforce and are ready to work. Needless to say, after years of working with student resumes, I can tell you the students on this campus are ready to work from day one. They have incredible experiences. They have worked part-time jobs. They have worked full-time jobs, done internships, done practicums, job shadowing, and it just continues to amaze me every single day what our students are able to fit into their day. So it really is a remarkable office to see. We do develop those career ready skills. We develop that workforce training to make sure that students can leave this institution. On average years outside of COVID, we usually welcome over 400 employers to this campus through large scale events. COVID has dampened that, but hopefully in the future, we'll be getting to that very quickly. You know, we come to the realization, especially through career counseling, that college is not always for everybody. College is not exactly the path that everybody needs to take. But for those that choose to pursue college as their career goals and pursue college to further their objectives, we want to make sure that there's the support needed to get them where they want to go. And from Career Services being a lifelong commitment to an alumnus, we can do that through this institution. Those are not hollow promises about launching careers and writing resumes. Those are promises that this institution stands behind wholeheartedly because we work with the alums. And COVID-19 took a lot of alums out of the workforce that never thought they would be out of the workforce. And so we had the opportunity last summer to work with a lot of folks that graduated in the 70s, 80s, and 90s that just never thought that they'd be looking for a job in that certain point in their time in their life. So needless to say, Career Services is here to help every student and help every alum and help every recruiter and employer. We have incredible people on this campus, incredible students entering the workforce, and we are here to make that connection. I always joke with people and say that we're connecting individuals with opportunities, but that's exactly what we do. We deliver an opportunity right in front of a student that might interest them based on their major, GPA, or minor. And so we do that through some pretty high-tech means. We watch all of the analytics to make sure it's interacting with students. And then we also deploy any type of social media to get a student interested in any certain opportunity. So every minute we're working to make sure these students are engaged and they know what opportunities are out there and they know how to reach those opportunities. Because at the end of the day, despite COVID or not, a great resume gets you an interview and a great interview gets you a job. And that's the basic, simple tenets that we function with. And we help those students write those great resumes. We help those students polish those excellent interview skills. And then we help those students with their onboarding paperwork when they've got questions about how to fill out a W-2. Any questions that I can answer for anyone today about Career Services here at Southeast?
Seeing none, Dan, I would take that as a compliment that you've been very informative in your presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time and your attendance today and all that you're doing to advance our university and our graduates. So keep up the good work.
Thank you for having me.
Next, we'll continue on the agenda. Report items 12.0, progress report on contracts and facilities management projects. Welcome back, Brad Sheriff, to the table.
Okay, we'll start with one of our standing report items on contracts, facilities management projects. We do have a couple of contracts worth over $100,000 into which we've entered since the last board meeting. And I'll talk a bit more about those when we get to the sort of the status of projects below. I do want to point out there that the state-funded capital improvement projects will be there fortunately, for some time. Again, we got the about 4.1 million federal budget stabilization funds, got a couple of years worth of work on tunnels with those funds. And as President Vargas noted, hopefully another 5 million through the state's budgeting process to continue that tunnel work. So we will see that one a lot, and that's a really, really good thing.
Brad, just over here, just briefly, when we first saw that demonstration and what we need to do to fix all those tunnels, and we saw the price tag, we're like, there's no way we're going to be able to come up with that money. I mean, it's been unfortunate the way it came about, but the money's available, and we're actually going to be able to accomplish what we really wanted to accomplish. That's amazing to me. So
It is extremely fortunate in perhaps an unfortunate circumstance. So moving into the university-funded projects, you'll see the first two items there are actually reflections of the two contracts that are up above. We're working on some drainage issues at the track to get those mitigated. And then we also had to repair some cooling towers in the North Chiller plant. That's actually been awarded and since been completed. As you can see, it's shaded in blue. If you flip to page 2, the very bottom row, you'll see we've also completed repairs to the cooling towers in Kent. And so those two things, the ones in Kent, the ones in the North Chiller plant, both very, very similar in what we had to do. I'll draw your eye just to a few other things for informational purposes. The Barton Farm facility upgrades. Phase 1 of that you see is a house. The house in which the farm manager lives is becoming increasingly unwelcoming in terms of its condition. The department has and the farm facility have foundation funds that we expect will be able to fund this project. Phase 2, excuse me, is about having potentially a classroom facility out at the farm. They're going to do some preliminary design work while they have the A&E on board looking at the house. But there's a long way to go in that one in determining what's really needed and how best to go after that. The Chartwells project, Starbucks, I just wanted to point out, these show up as university funded projects. Chartwells, who's our dining partner, actually funds these up front, and then they amortize their investment back to us through the course of our ongoing business. And then finally, and this speaks to one of our earlier conversations actually, in Vandiver Hall and group housing, those are areas that still have carpeting. And that carpeting, frankly, as I understand, has been needing replaced for quite some time. And it's been I guess a challenge to find the funding available when that was at a priority level for funding. This is a project we're going to be able to get done using the federal relief funds. The reason being, getting rid of carpeting in favor of something like vinyl, linoleum is an air quality issue. So this has been a real opportunity for us to leverage some of those funds. As I mentioned earlier, there are times when it's difficult to find that connection to COVID within the bounds of the guidance around those funds to get that done. So this is really a great thing for us and for our students who live in Vandiver and group. Dr. Vargas also had asked, it's not on your report, he asked that I give a brief update on the Ameren Solar project that was brought forward, I believe, 2 meetings ago. Just wanted to let you know that Ameren has finally announced their first partnership for the neighborhood solar. They announced that on May 7th, and it's Habitat for Humanity. It's St. Louis's headquarters and their Restore. And then as part of that release, it was unveiled that we are their second project. Ameren has just recently awarded that project to a construction firm. So the planning and scheduling is in progress. Timeline estimate right now looks like groundbreaking in August of 21 and finishing likely in March of next year. Can I answer any questions on those items for you?
I just thought of something the other day when we were listening to the East Coast pipeline problem. And I know our cybersecurity degrees here are highly recognized. I would urge that we look for ways to partner up with the Amerens, the Associated Electrics out of Springfield, Texas Eastern Pipeline that runs through our area, our service area. There may be some opportunities there for internships and some partnerships for the future that would be beneficial to our graduates and also establish us as a little bit into that arena, because it looks like there's going to be dollars there to upgrade cybersecurity as it relates to some of our gas and electric systems. So just a thought.
Good thought. And I think Dan may have slipped away, but Mike is still here, and Debbie can let Dan know. So we got the internships and the employment opportunities covered.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, transition to item 13.0, fiscal year 21 operating budget to actual budget. Brett.
Okay. So this report is through the end of April. And I'll just, again, draw your eye to a few of the highlights here. State appropriations, as you know, we have been the beneficiaries of some good news there that if it all holds for another couple of months, will land us about $5 million ahead of the budget for the year. You see, on both tuition and fees, we are trending, for this time of year, we're trending ahead of budget. We are also, we are doing more in terms of scholarships and fee waivers than was budgeted, not necessarily than was expected, but than was budgeted. And so the, in general, tuition and student fees in the aggregate are slightly behind budget through April. Excuse me. In other sources of revenue, you see some dark spots, not unexpected. Athletics with the cancellation of guarantee games, investment income, given the markets and what they're like right now. We've got some areas though that have done, I would say, amazingly well, given our context. Sales and services of academic departments are about where they were expected to be from a budget perspective. Sales and services of non-academic departments, again, doing remarkably well compared to budget. So our total estimated income is just a hair above where it was budgeted to be at this point in the year. Estimated expenditures, we continue to see a tremendous outperformance relative to budget. About $9 million in savings at this point in the year. This is related to very active management, as we've discussed before, of vacancies and the trickle down effect that has in terms of our benefits as well. When you look at our total estimated expenditures, we're trending well ahead of budget, which is good news. In terms of transfers, our debt service transfers are right about where we expect them to be for this point in the year. They are well ahead of this point last year, but that is really a timing difference as to when those payments were made this year versus last. And our operating transfers continue to be well ahead of last year. Last year, we were pushing out a lot of dollars for capital projects. We've not been doing much of that this year, and we've also we're seeing about a $4 million influx there of the federal relief funds. So the bottom line, we are ahead of budget right now by about $13.5 million, which is, a harbinger of good things, I think, relative to the original projection for the year, which was an $8 million operating deficit. I will point out, because I am the finance guy and we tend to be the wet blankets on most things, we're ahead by $13.5 million of where we would have been if we were just tracking budget. That is $9 million of that is on the revenue side. Benefit of state releasing some funds and federal relief funds related to the pandemic. And then there's a $9 million gain on the expenditure side that's really all in personnel. So the reason I bring that up is to say, while things look really good, and I'm not here to rain on the parade, we do need to be aware of the fact that we were headed into a year with a projected operating budget, and some of what is helping us there are things of which we've been the beneficiary, but we couldn't control. And the other piece of what's helping us there is something that we can control in terms of managing those position vacancies, but obviously not something that we necessarily want to do long term because of the implications that could have for student service, service to, in my units, for example, service to other campus units. So we are looking really good for this year. Still some work ahead, and we'll talk again, I know, next month in quite a lot of detail about our FY22 budget. Still some work ahead in terms of bringing things into balance. Can I answer some questions here for anyone?
Questions, comments? Seeing none. Brad, thank you very much. Again, your efforts and services are greatly appreciated. Thank you again for being here today. Next, we'll move to item 14.0. Chair entertains a motion to move to closed session for appropriate considerations of RSMO 610-21.1 pertaining to legal actions, causes of action, or litigations involving a public governmental body and confidential privileged communication between the board and its attorneys. Also, RSMO 610-21.3 pertaining to the hiring, firing, disciplining, or promotion of personnel. RSMO 610-21.13 pertaining to personnel records and performance ratings. There's a motion, Regent Limbaugh, a second. And a second from Regent Britt. Thank you, Philip. Be a roll call vote. Chris?
A roll call vote for motion to go into closed session for considerations under RSMO 610-0211, 3, and 13. Motion by Regent Limbaugh, second by Regent Britt. Regent Britt.
Aye.
Regent Gargus.
Aye.
Regent Clocky. Regent Limbaugh. Regent Malik. Regent Smith.
Yes.
6-0 in favor of closed session.
Thank you, everybody. We'll take a 10-minute break as we transition to closed session and reconvene at 1:45. Thank you. Looks like it's just Friday. Yeah, we're going to as soon as he quits riding. So. No. No, everybody just stares at you longer and harder. So at this time, Chris, are you ready? Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody, as we'll now reconvene the open session. First item is 23. Announcement of actions taken in closed and closed executive sessions. Chris, if you'll give us a recap, please.
During the closed session, the Board of Regents took the following action by a vote of 6-0. The board approved the minutes of the board's February 26, 2021 closed session meeting. Regents Britt, Gargas, Clocky, Lembaugh, Malik, and Smith voted to approve. Pursuant to RSMO 610-0213 pertaining to hiring, firing, discipline, and promotion of personnel, and by a vote of 6-0, the board approved personnel actions for January, February, March 2021. Regents Britt, Gargas, Clocky, Limbaugh, Malik, and Smith voted to approve. Board also had conversations with legal counsel pursuant to RSMO 610-0211 pertaining to legal matters. By a vote of 6-0, the board approved, or the board convened closed executive session per RSMO 610-0213 regarding performance ratings to continue the annual evaluation of the university president. Regents Britt, Gargas, Clocky, Limbaugh, Malik, Smith voted to approve. That was all 6 voted to approve, if I missed a name. During closed executive session, the Board of Regents took the following action. By a vote of 6-0, the board approved the minutes of the board's April 16, 2021 closed executive session meeting. Regents Britt, Gargas, Clocky, Limbaugh, Malik, and Smith voted to approve. The board continued its annual evaluation of the president pursuant to RSMO 610-0213, and by a vote of 6-0, the board adjourned closed executive session and reconvened the open session. Regents Britt, Gargas, Clocky, Limbaugh, Malik, and Smith voted to approve.
Thank you, Chris. Prior to asking for a motion to adjourn, we had a quick discussion in the break there. Chris, remind me, meeting in June, it is not going to be a 2-day meeting with a retreat. It is just a 1-day meeting.
Correct. The current date on the calendar is Friday, June 25th.
Okay. Everybody tracking that now? I apologize for the confusion on that. It's not June yet, so I haven't really studied that calendar. So I apologize. With that, Chair entertains a motion to adjourn. Is there a motion? Thank you, Tina. Second. Yes, thank you, Jim. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, we are adjourned. Again, thank you for your participation today. Everybody, safe travels home.